What's up, everybody? Captain was here super early. And Vol, Tanya, Koala, Asamiya, Drac, Henrik, and Nat, what's up? Nice to see you all. And Jack, how are you doing? Vol, thank you for gifting a sub to Mr. Renter Jack. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, this is an instrument. It's not totally new. And Vol, thank you for gifting a sub to Henrik as well, who wants to help Vol out. Don't do it for me. Do it for Vol. Bonsoir, Brox. What's up? So I wasn't planning on using it right now, but I could. Oh, Vol's going off. Thank you for gifting a sub to Nat Chat. Nat's actually another music streamer, if you all don't know. Maybe we can default to Vol because she's started out gifting 3 subs. I could do this now, or we could wait till later. The only other thing I wanted to do was some stuff for Vivaldi's birthday, but I used this once on stream, but I wasn't exactly sure what to do with it. I had only played it once before. Now, I've only played it like twice since, but I spent some time trying to figure out a couple things I could do for it, or do with it. So, I probably shouldn't have put it in that water. I have a special water. You know, it doesn't matter. This thing, I don't know if you can see it, but oops. It's like excess water. Yeah, this is the reed, or the set of reeds, for an instrument called a duduk. It sounds weird because it's an Armenian instrument and it has these really thick double reeds. 1 second. Yeah, so even from here you can see how thick they are. It's not like a clarinet or an oboe or something like that. It's really thick. And did I mention it was thick? And so what you do is it looks like, well, it kind of looks like a recorder or flute or anything, but it's just a wind instrument. And then there's this, which actually sort of tunes it. So the farther this goes down, the more it actually squeezes the reeds closer together. It changes the pitch by like a pretty good amount, but it also changes the timbre and like ease of playing. So the more down it is, the closer the two reeds are together, and it's much easier to play, and it's much easier to like play in tune with sort of less change of your embouchure. But it tends to make a buzzier sound. So what I've been trying to do is find some sort of balance. And again, I've only played this a few times, so I'm not really sure. This also might not be the best instrument. This is my brother's. I don't know where he got it, what quality it is or something, but it seems to at least work. It seems to make noises, so that's a start. But you'll see, and I have a reverb I need to kind of change specifically for this, because else there'll just be too much. So one of the things to notice in terms of pitch is that if this note here, which seems to be best for me if I sort of tune this to A flat. So I'm going to give myself a drone, although it will change. And so if this is A flat, what you get, something that really sticks out, at least to me more than anything else, is that this second scale degree is in between a major second and a minor third. And what it gives you is this really weird feeling of like falling. So I'll sort. It tends to like pull down to this note here. So if we do this, also when I do this, I'm gonna use some super extreme reverb. You'll see, just the reverb channel. So I'm just gonna use this. And actually, let me put this. Oh, you know what else? I'm gonna use this rain. These rain sounds. So just 1 second. Yeah, sure, that'll work. So just 1 sec. I'm going to mute myself just for a second while I try to sort of like tune it, so the first thing you hear isn't just some horrendous sound. But so just as you're gonna not hear anything for a second. We're good. Also, I misspoke. It's in between a major second and a minor second, not a major second and a minor third. Rosie, hello. How are you doing? So what you're gonna hear are these basic notes of like, then, uh, it's hard to do here, but rotary breathing. No, I'm gonna have to take really big breaths. It's not or but so to me it sounds instantly like hyper dark and round and strange, that one pitch, but yeah, you'll see. Yeah. Hey, Kai, what's up? Bleeding Scarlet, nice to see you. Um, no, you can't just blow on it. And yeah, Armenia is, you know, despite the fact that I look Middle Eastern, because I mean, I sort of am. It's not. It's not a land of camels and deserts. It's like sheep and mountains and 8 out of 4 claps. Nice. Can't really ask for more than that. So this is super sensitive to or maybe not super, maybe sensitive isn't the right word, but it's deeply connected. The pitch and the timbre and everything is really really deeply connected. So if I were to just to give you an example, okay, so if I push this in a ton, you go. Okay, so it has that buzzing sound. If I just take the tuning thing off, this is like as round as it sort of sounds. I'll just let it sit. I won't do. For one, you can hear how much the pitch changes, but. But if I just tighten my lips, that's like really muffled and stuff. So in some of the pitches, I don't know if this is what you're supposed to do, but I have to like tune each note by how tight my embouchure is, and also how hard I'm blowing. So with a super loose embouchure, you have to blow harder to get it up to the pitch you want, but the sound ends up being like rounder. So I could go either like or so I was blowing like really hard. And you're supposed to puff up your cheeks like that. I didn't quite realize why, but it feels like you can actually you can build up a lot of pressure and airflow without actually tightening your embouchure. Because you're like not supposed to do that for really, I don't know, any other instrument I've seen. So same thing with the fingers flat like this, but this partly has to do with reaching all the extra notes if you want to use them. But, and again, the opposite is. And it makes it really difficult to get anything but that buzzing sound. So what I'm doing right here is like taking in less of the reeds and just like totally loosening up my lips as much as possible, but then blowing as hard as possible. Actually, if I do it enough, you can hear the air actually coming out of my lips like over the reed. Now the pitches look, it's like in between this. What's interesting too is that by what feels like by default, these two notes are so that you get you actually get that that Dorian sound with a slightly flatter, with a not quite a flat second scale degree, but kind of. So in the melodies, and like a lot of the songs I remember listening to growing up, it would And also stressing the fourth scale degree, but over like the tonic chord. So you know how I tell you guys all the time with this to just skip over every other note? Well, this one's like using this note as a significant note. I don't want to say like part of the chord, but like so that when you're hearing this note, it doesn't feel like a suspension, it doesn't feel like an added note, and it doesn't feel like it's necessarily part of this chord. So like just having almost feels like it's part of that, like if you could call it the tonic chord, the one chord, it feels like it's part of that. What's up, cello? How's it going? And Vol, thank you for gifting a sub now to Cello Chew. Yeah, and then I felt like adding in the vocal stuff too, because it I don't know, it feels like it has that. It just feels like it has that same vibe. There's something I do get drawn to these like these epic sounds. For those of you who were there 2 streams ago when we listened to the church music, it had that sort of stuff. Like that's what I felt like. I felt like I was singing like you know, one of the priests or something at church. You can buy the reeds. Like I did not make that. I don't know how long they last, because in total, we've had this like forever, but I don't think my brother really ever used it, and I've only used it a few times. Also, you hear this a lot, which is maybe one of the reasons I like this flat 6, flat 7, 1 thing. Like these are a lot of the harmonies you're getting. If we're sort of using this palette here, as opposed to hearing something like and then even like or that's not in there. Unless we do something totally different, which we also talked about last stream, which is using if you're curious, like specifically the mode, we're using harmonic major. So instead of harmonic minor, which if you're to be familiar with one of the two, you're familiar with harmonic minor. But this is that with just this 3rd scale degree raised. So again, instead of harmonic minor, it's all the same rest of the notes, but harmonic major. So you get this sound. So what does that mean for the harmony built off of it? Your 1 chord becomes this, and this is your 4 chord. So that's your 1, 4, 5. Instead of 1, 4, 5, 1, which we hear all the time, just like everywhere. We get. 4 chord will have that. Big old plagal cadence. I'm not sure how to say this. Is it Saya? Not Saija, or unless it is like Saija or Sija? Sia? Saija? Music, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Mr. Life, what's up? And Paula, welcome in as well. We were talking about some Armenian music and instruments as I... What? Wait, Simon? What? Mrs. Broomhandle, hello. Maybe I can use a little bit of it again to show you what I was talking about. So this is... Also, can you hear when this thing is... Oh, okay. So I was like, wow, that's a really... There's no way that SYJA is pronounced Simon. Okay, Simon. So Simon, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? Welcome in. This is called a duduk. It's an Armenian wind instrument, kind of like an oboe. It's got these double reeds. It makes a really interesting sound. I've only like played it a few times, so I'm still trying to figure out kind of what to do with it, but I'll try a little bit of this again, especially now that for those who were here before who heard the little discussion for a few minutes. Perfect death matching music. I mean, it is pretty intense. It sounds like it's pretty intense. I think Hans Zimmer used it in a. I may be wrong, but I think he used it in Gladiator at some point. Someone can fact check me on that though. But I mean, this is like an instrument that gives that. It's supposed to sound like a person's voice, and I can sort of feel it when I play it, but it sounds like a a wailing of sorts. It's hard to describe. So like if we get a version of someone who actually plays it, you can maybe get a better idea sort of what it's supposed to sound like. Especially when the tone's like really pure like that. For like, because obviously so for those who are curious, the reason things sound the way they do to us as humans are based on two things. One, the initial attack. That gives us a ton of information. Meaning the difference between... So here's a piano. But here's a piano without the attack. Here's this sound. And if we compare the two without the... Like, these are radically different, right? You'd never confuse them. Now, I've never tried this, and I don't know if you will confuse them, but now here they are without their attacks. What about this one? These two are closer. Like, you're not going to confuse these two. Also, let me get rid of this. Hey, Hungin, thank you for that 38-month resub. What's up? But listen how close those are. And what about this? What about this? Does anybody know what instrument this is? Okay, Duduk of the North. Okay, that makes sense. Hey, Flatterson, what's up? So part of it is the attack. A sitar. I mean, kind of. I think that's a good guess. You have no idea. Yeah. So this is that same thing, just with the attack. Well, here's what. Now what is it? A harpsichord sound, yeah. Or this one with the vibrato, I think actually maybe changes stuff a little bit, but. Or what's this? It was used in the Sci-Fi Channel Dune. Children of Dune. Oh. So this is without the attack. And this is with the attack. Yeah, so... Yeah, so it's some horn, and yeah, you could actually just straight up call it a horn. It's a French horn. A French horn. What's up, Brian? Yeah, we're gonna do some Vivaldi stuff. And oh. So when you hear, so what I was getting at, I guess I got a little distracted. Surprise, surprise. When you hear the attack of this, you're not really going to be confused. But it's when there's like, it's after, it's like when the note is just being sustained, it can, for like split seconds, sort of almost kind of sound like a person's voice. Mutes? What about that? Some sounds of Armenia, I guess you could say. But yeah, guitar for a bit, and then we can do some Vivaldi stuff a little bit later. Also, I got a bunch of piano music. Well, it's a whole bunch of Bach's keyboard works, and I read through incredibly slowly because my sight reading's terrible. But it's the first time I've done it like in years, or really to this degree, sort of ever. But I realized there's nothing that should really be stopping me from improving at playing the piano. So I'm just going to read through as much stuff as possible. I have both books of the Well-Tempered Clavier, the Goldberg Variations, the Art of Fugue in piano form and in score form, his French Overture, also his second keyboard partita in C minor. And so I figure if I just read through stuff more and more, that I got to improve somewhat, right? So we'll see what happens. Also, I need to do this. Oh, I got to do a couple things. There we go. Okay, totally different sound. Oh, well, actually, what if we do this? I like the dude's music. Oh, spell check. Nad, what's up? Enjoy the lurkin. And Georgia, rub it in the Moki emotes. I went to respond with a Moki emote. It must have just ran out like yesterday or something, but because it was gifted to me. Also, you missed something I feel like you would have liked, but yeah, that's it. Maybe I can do some more later. I had a new instrument on stream, and thank you everyone for the claps. Unless I just play it again. I don't want to keep doing, because like I feel like I don't have enough variety of like, I don't know, songs, if you want to call it that, because that was me just like improvising while throwing in bits of actual like Armenian songs that I did know, but I wasn't like playing a song or something. I was just playing notes, but Freckled Farmer, how are you doing? And thanks for the claps. Maybe I can play one of the new things I scanned. One of the new things I scanned yesterday. Oh, and maybe this too. The Mysterious Barricades. Oh, this one I've only read through a couple times though, so it's really janky. But we can try it. This was one of my favorites from a long time ago. I never actually learned how to play it. I had the music for a long time, but I just never really learned how to play it. For one, it's a rondo, which means you hear this first part over and over. You hear this first part. Rondos don't have to go like this, but in its sort of simplest form, it goes like that. You hear like one part, then you hear a second thing, and then you go and hear that first part again, then you hear a third thing, and then that first part again, and then another thing. Just so like rondo a la Turk, if you go like. You hear that repeated, and then you get another thing, and then you hear after that, essentially, you hear it again. Curious about people's answer. Yeah, I'm curious too. I partially thought of that because I played through. Oh man. Maybe I can torture you guys along with me later. Maybe if I'm feeling risky. If you want to see what it looks like for me to read piano music. Although it's not the fairest assessment because I was trying to read like, you know, like a 4-voice fugue, but it's something I really should do. Okay, so I'll do my best. This is pretty close to sight reading though, just to warn you. little rough towards the end. Hartmut, how are you doing? Hey, Kazi, what's up? I appreciate the claps though. This one will get better. It's really not that bad once I am not sight reading it anymore, I think. Like this is just this. I don't even have to move the other fingers here, which I moved a bunch of them for. That's awkward. That'll be nicer when I don't have to stare at the music. This is really awkward. Did you miss it? You did. Okay, maybe I could. And Lily's here. Lily. Bonsoir. Okay, so Lily, Hartmut, Kazi, Georgia haven't heard us, so I'll do a little. I'll go back to it for a minute or two. So, Georgia, you can't sleep yet, even though you said you'd be listening. Yummy. I played the clarinet from 7 all the way through college, so I have a feeling that helps at least a little bit. At least a little bit. We'll see. So I just gotta change some of the settings really quickly. Add some of this rain and thunder for extra atmosphere. One sec. Testing. Yeah, we'll do it like that. didn't even know you could play one of those notes. I just blew even harder and made the pitch go up a half step. It's these notes, right? And thanks for the claps. Hey, Napsukachi, what's up? Oh man. It's been years. Wow. It's been, what, at least a decade? Or probably around a decade. When did I graduate? Yeah, it's been more than a decade since I felt this feeling of your lips being numb from the vibrating. Not actually numb, but they like tingle and they're kind of. I want to make it somewhat of a daily thing, because I think this would be good as almost a meditative type thing. And I don't mean just in terms of the music. I mean almost more so in terms of doing something with breath control, because I have to take really deep breaths, and then I have to tighten my diaphragm and stuff, and then control the airflow. And so it's like taking these huge deep breaths, holding it in for like really long periods of time, and then releasing it and then taking more in. Chris Fox Music, welcome in. Welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for the beautiful dude. You're very welcome, George. I'm glad you got to hear it. Dude, so many new people. Welcome in everybody. Here, let me play some music instead of doing that. I gotta change some settings really quickly. Hold on a sec. Okay. All right. Guitar time. I feel like this piece is almost gonna have. You know what? I feel like this kind of has a similar vibe. Sort of. I forgot that this thing was still going, but maybe it worked. So Chris Fox, thank you again for the raid. How was the stream? What were you up to? Why am I talking with this cadence? And welcome in everybody who came from the raid. My name is Rafi. I go by Schnaf here, although I'm making plans to change that. And my main thing is guitar, but I like doing other music-related stuff. I was just playing this instrument before y'all came in. I like doing stuff on the piano. Beautiful stream. Could not ask for a better community. Nice. That is I think most people would agree that that's one of the biggest parts of Twitch for them. The community aspect. Hey, Cheap Asian, what's up? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Responding to Tanya's message. There's sometimes this like dip in pitch towards the end of like a phrase, and it feels like that's something that's become part of the style of the music, but I'm assuming it comes from the actual sort of mechanics involved of people without it actually being negative. You could say like not the best breath control or something till the end of the note, so it's just like it has this dip in the pitch at the tail end of things, but it gives like a really cool effect. Like I like it. I was trying to sort of do it on purpose, but it's hard to actually control to do that. Hey Frank, what's up? How's it going? And Vol, thank you for gifting another sub, this time to Chris Fox. Yeah, you get like something like that. Since it's Vivaldi's birthday, let's play some Bach. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to channel my inner mountain shepherd. Trying. I'm trying. Trying to reach people with Bach. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was reading through some of, so I never get to actually play really his keyboard music. So I was reading through some stuff yesterday, and I noticed a couple cool new patterns. For those, hey, what's up, Choco Mint? How's it going? Thanks for the claps. And for those who are unaware, I said I like to do a lot of different musical things, and one of them involves improvising, just kind of improvising in general, but also I've made it a sort of little project of mine to analyze in particular the music of Johann Sebastian Bach. And part of that process involves going from the general big picture stuff, like, oh, the music's contrapuntal. So that meaning there's counterpoint, meaning there's like multiple lines going on at once. And getting to like some of the nitty-gritty stuff, exact movements he might use. One of them, actually, speaking of the Bourrée in E minor from the suite I just played, a couple of the movements from that suite. After the Sarabande, actually comes that Bourrée. And I can't tell if this is going to be a joke or something that's actually cool. Oh, you're serious. So this is actually like one of his little moves. And what that is, that's all right. It's kind of cool. Regardless. Irregardlessable. This is one of the little moves. So this is what you just heard. And so it's just there's a G and an E, G, E, and they swap places like this. Now it's E and G, with just one note in between. And like this is a very specific thing that he kind of does a lot. And one of the ones that like hit me last night that I can't believe I didn't really notice is, instead of doing a scale or something just like this, not that he'd actually just play the scale, although there are times, you can displace some of the notes. So instead of doing that, you can go like, I don't know if that made sense. Like if you just follow this. I can keep that pattern going if I want. Just keep. make sense, anyone? Does it make sense? Instead of going... Whoops. That's without changing anything. And all you have to do is move one note. Instead of playing this, just jump up a bit and continue. And all of a sudden, it, instead of just sounding like a scale, it's something he might do. And so you start building up this sort of this like vocabulary, not of exact notes, but of similar sort of gestures and patterns. And it allows you to sort of play and like speak in a certain style. I have a feeling no one followed that. So. Or I just may be the only person who cares. Anyone? Anything? Any thoughts whatsoever on anything in life? Cassie, it's probably for the best that you're not nocturnal anymore. So it would be selfish of me to be sad if you're not able to be around the stream as much as you used to. So um, that's how that stuff goes. But yeah, enjoy the weekend, and maybe we'll see you on Sunday. Thanks for the hearts ahead of time. Thanks for the claps. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do when I like share those things and then just get no response. I literally don't know what to say. Especially because I think I may just be the only one who gets that excited about this stuff. Maybe I need to do a better job of how would you put it? Of sort of translating not the exact information, but the reason why it's special or something. But I don't know how easy that is. Well, it's not easy at all, but I don't know. Yeah, well then there's you. Because I feel like who here feels like the only thing they can do when they comment at a time like that, or whenever we're talking about, like, we're going to be looking at stuff by Vivaldi, people seem to feel like the only thing they can ever say is something that, like, adds new information to the, like, conversation or discussion or whatever. And I'm not really sure how to, I don't know, encourage people to that they don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to be like a music expert, or maybe you sit there and okay, Alt Elf Cat, you ask me for the same songs over and over. You know how the request stuff works. Yeah, especially after me talking, doing this different stuff, having no one respond, and then the next thing I get is a song request. Is like that is a little difficult to deal with for me. A tiny bit difficult. That's another one. It's a nice way to, not everything has to sound nice at the same time. Especially if things are moving by step. Do I pee in the shower? Sometimes. It doesn't have to be... That's the go-to for harmonizing that everyone does. They hear this. You have this is the melody. And what you get is like... Right? Isn't that's like... Yo, Lil, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 14 months. How are you doing? How is it going? Right, that's like what everyone does, basically. There's so much more you can do, or like... So that same thing, that's if you follow that pattern, right? You see the pattern? It's just the notes are always two away. You can see the distance, right? It's like two of these footsteps the whole time. See how the shape is different too? This one goes Admiral Flap Flap, what's up? Baroque guitar? No. I've played one once before, but I don't actually play Baroque guitar. But I have played stuff, actually not so much for Baroque guitar, but... those sounds. What if I do something with that? Alt Elf Cat, thank you for the Prime sub for 3 months. I will now. I know that wasn't the B theme, but that's the only Tetris theme I really know. And then I kind of know this, but I never really practice it, so here you go. The bourrée en mi mineur. Pour la lutte. That's how the ending part goes. Then actually after that there's a jig, which there's just too many pieces. Hey, Forever Human Man, what's up? Nice to see you. Thank you again for the follow. I'm glad we were able to come by the stream. I was just trying to play a piece I just haven't played in forever. It's actually this one, because the note values go so fast, it has some good examples of things that at the moment out of context it sounds bad, but up to speed it works really well. It sounds good. Thanks. You should hear when the correct notes are played. It's great. But yeah, how are you doing? Welcome. I'm trying to think of something that is a little different, but I just feel like doing it. Same exact time period. Bach, Scarlatti, and Vivaldi were all born in the same year. And Handel. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I'm doing good. Just playing some music on Twitch. That was a serious year for music. Oh, actually, no. Oh, this is a good example. Ready? Okay, so this part. That kind of sounds maybe wrong. But up to speed, it ends up working. Because just... And this one's going... while this this just goes. So it ends up working. And same thing in the second section. So that's exactly, it's more about the movement. Not that you don't take into consideration at all the harmony, but the movement is really helpful here. And if it was like, probably wouldn't work that well because now your brain isn't hearing that motion. All right, one Scarlatti Sonata coming up. Hey, Obi-Wan, what's up? Nice to see you. Really accentuates the playing. Thanks. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed. I appreciate that. I feel like most people maybe don't notice. Because I put a lot of time and money into this stuff. Like I stream in stereo for one, and like these mics are not cheap. They're not the most expensive microphones in the world, obviously, but they're not cheap. This instrument is not cheap. No, this stuff at it's not cheap. You know what I'm gonna do? Because I really like I like improvising a lot, and what we were talking about. I guess technically this morning, for me it was last night, in Piamid stream, were chaconnes versus passacaglias. And at this point, I feel like people just use them interchangeably. But what I wanted to do was improvise a passacaglia, the one we had brought up was the, oh my god, it's so epic. So the way I've always seen it and heard it most of the times is that a Passacaglia has a bass line that repeats over and over. And then a chaconne has a general harmony that repeats over and over. But I've seen people say it other ways. I don't know. Basically what you're going to get is I'm going to try to have this going almost the whole time. Right, did I do? Strongly preferred. Does it sound a lot different when you use finger picks? It does. There's a few reasons why that is. There's a particular, it may not seem like it, but the difference, and even millimeters is a huge thing. The difference in just the tiniest little changes in the shape. And you could say if you add finger picks on, it's actually going to get fatter and higher up, the place where you're contacting the string. I tried those years and years and years ago, like the Alaska picks and stuff. Also, if you just have this sound, well, I'll just show you. Put your headphones on. Okay. This is really all you get. You can get a round sound by rounder, but it doesn't quite work. Also, listen to the clicking. So the thing that, if you're familiar with the name Andres Segovia, he's the person that sort of standardized this way of playing, which is that my nails are very specific along 3 different dimensions or axes. Okay, so if this is like the nail, if this is the edge of the nail right here, you change the length, you change the angle this way, and you can change it this way. All right, so this all affects this. A nice shout out to Segovia. How come he's not streaming? So this all affects the sound and touch in different ways. So what you want to do is get it to a place where you touch with your skin, so that you don't get that click. But it's close enough to the nail that once it hits the skin and squishes in just the tiniest bit, it is now contacting both the nail and the skin. Because if it's too far away, then when your nail goes over the string, it clicks it and goes, because it's actually striking the string. Then there's also the idea of having the nail shape does part of this, but it sends the string inward slightly, sort of at an angle. So that this is the difference between the string vibrating side to side versus vibrating into the guitar. So you want to displace the air into it. Sideways, into it. So this now combined with, this is just now another thing you can't do if you don't have this setup right, is that you can change the timbre, so the actual sound, along, you could say, 2 different axes. One is how sharp around the attack is. And that's going to be based on whether you're going perpendicular to the string. This is one extreme, completely perpendicular, and the other is almost parallel. This one kind of comes along with a thump too to it. Okay, so that's one thing. And then there's like brightness and darkness. As you move towards the middle of the string, you get fewer harmonics present. So the tone becomes purer. And as you move towards the bridge, you're actually hearing, you're sort of hearing more. Oh, Forever Hear Me, you know what you may like here? We can actually show this. I'll bring up an EQ. I don't use this one. I meant to click here. There we go. Okay. So this pure sound, it's more of these fundamental lower tones present, and as it gets brighter, you're gonna see more of these higher pitches present. Ready? What is that EQ? The craziest EQ. It looks, it's weird. I promise you it's for a very particular reason. It's partly for my own ears because this thing sounds, it's like, yeah, so I did all sorts of stuff. I tried to do things like the right way, you could say, and I just hated it. And what I started doing, I reached out to someone about this too, who was an audio engineer, and I was like, dude, this is not right. This doesn't look like any EQ I've seen before, but my ears, I just have to use, like, this is what my ears are telling me. And he's like, ah, that's fine. But yeah, so this is what you're, this is also the difference in vowel sounds, by the way. Like, oh is rounder and ah has more of those higher pitches. It's how throat singing works too. You can hear the pitches that are like coming through. Okay, but that's what's that's what's going on here. So we control that dark, bright, sharp, round, in any combination. So you can be like round and bright and very percussive, or actually really sharp but sweet. Or round and sweet. Oops. And so that in these things, it's not just one extreme or the other or anything like that. It's constantly happening. Actually. So I made it sharper and bright, and also separated the two voices so that this one went and was held out while this one went as opposed to. Oops. So you could do. it just doesn't work with finger picks of any sort. So that was the rundown. That was the rundown on classical guitarist fingernails. Not to mention they're buffed to like shaped and then smoothed out and buffed to like a crazy degree. Zero Wages War. What's up? How are you doing? You learned so much. I'm glad. I love nerding out about this stuff and sharing it. I was just talking about this earlier on stream. Can I ask a guitar question? Go for it. I can't promise I will have the answer, but excuse me. So I just want to hear, I swear this is what it is, but first, I don't know why I'm second guessing myself, but I'm pretty sure this is. Yeah, it's definitely. Now, keeping that in my mind while doing other stuff is really difficult. So I guarantee I'm going to break away from the pattern at some point, but I'll try it. And we can do this. What? Okay, site. Used to electric. You don't have many chords. There's B. Oh, especially if you're doing B flat minor. If B minor was difficult, that people struggle with. Although B flat minor is typically less common. Typically less common is a redundant thing to say. Yeah, here are 3 tips that guitar teachers do not want you to know. So this stuff is not simple, but I can tell you a few things. Bar chords are not, they don't really take advantage of like good mechanics like from our hands. So what I mean is like sticking your finger out like this is about as unsupported as your finger can get, whereas this is the opposite. Okay, this is partly why if you do this, this is really solid, but you can't spread out. This you can spread out a bunch, but it's not stable. So you have to find balances and move between them. Okay, so you are playing, all right, so B flat minor. That F minor seems strange at the end, but that's yeah, so I'm imagining you're playing them all as bar chords, because you don't actually have to. You could just do them as like 3 notes, like I'll keep it to triads. But you'll have to deal with bars anyway. And so one of the things is, this is just good guitar practice in general. And that is to, I'm assuming when you try to play, it sounds something like this. And you probably get, not necessarily a cramp, but it probably gets tired really quickly, like right here. Because what people tend to do is squeeze. For good reason. Because when we pick things, it sounds very, yeah. Because you're a human. I'm assuming you're a human. If you're a human, you've learned from a very young age to pick things up by grasping them, which you better do. You better pick this thing up like this and not pick it up like that. Okay, you are. All right, I just guessed. And that's nice in most areas of life, but the guitar sucks, and the guitar sucks, and it requires you to do the most unnatural, uncomfortable things, and this is one of them. So what you really kind of want to do is feel what you can call like weight of your hand. And now it's obviously not literally the weight of your hand, because for one, the weight would go down towards the floor, but it's sort of artificially there by pulling with your arm. So now for one, you use bigger muscle groups. And it kind of just so happens that your fingers stop your hand from going through the guitar. But what that means is you don't even actually need your thumb, and this will be the way to almost guarantee that you feel this feeling. And that is to try to play a bar chord with your thumb. It doesn't actually need to stick out like this, but this is just to show you. You can just like do this, but I'll just do it like this. So how am I doing this? Yeah, it's not magic, it's physics. I'm pulling and then pressing back over here, because if not, the guitar would just fling over like that. So here's your B flat minor chord with no clenching of my fist whatsoever. Now this isn't the most comfortable thing either. So it's kind of nice to do a little bit of both. But this is about as annoying as anything will get in terms of barring. The other thing is, most people tend to place the strings flat on their finger, but really placing it 45 degrees, like if this is flat on your finger and this is 90 degrees on the side, if you were to turn your hand 45 degrees, the very top here is where you'd place it on the string. And almost kind of slightly curved too. You like guitar and want to listen? Thanks, Funk Punk. I don't really play any punk stuff, but unless, I mean, it depends on the situation. And so if you're going like this and like your wrist is up too, you can see here, it may not look like it to you. So like looking straight on, it looks like my finger's straight, but it's not. The name's a long story. Gotcha. So maybe you can do it in a mirror to look, to actually check. Like one of the ways you can sort of see this happen is when people put on capos, what they tend to do is the capo tends to be tilted a little this way, because looking from here, it's like, oh yeah, that's straight. In fact, it's actually sticking too much this way, but it's just because their perspective that it's like that. So if you're holding, if your arm and fingers and hands and everything are in relation to the neck properly, and it's the first time you're doing it, what you'll probably feel like, if you're doing it right, is you'll probably feel like you're holding the guitar like this, but you're not. And so you can even do it like this too, but you kind of have to like dip down. So that's some stuff on bar chords, I guess. No, that's it. Because it was supposed to go. Okay, let's actually, we'll kind of do this. What do we want this to look like? We can just do this one. You are welcome. Zero wages war. Forever Human Man, you are very welcome. Um, Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. I'm glad you like the nerdy music stuff, and so hopefully we'll see you around soon. Farewell. I told you we'd deviate from this. Dude, it is so crazy what, I mean, it's composed and not done on the spot, but what Bach does with this. It's just unreal. It seems like it'd be so limited. Oh, he does so much with it. But, all right, we've been streaming for a while. So now, time to meet one of his contemporaries, who you all know. Whether you know it or not, you know this person. Personally, you know them. Also, Darren, what's up? Nice to see you. In fact, when people say classical music, and when people just think classical music, I have a feeling this is maybe one of the first things that pops into people's minds. Yeah, we'll do this one. That's what it should be. Like, who's heard this before? I feel like this is most people's idea of just like classical music. It's like, greetings, good sir. How is your day? Ah, splendid. Oh, splendid indeed. It's a mighty fine morning. How's Elizabeth doing? Elizabeth is just swell. I don't know if that's how people talk, but that's her. Has anybody heard this before? Has everyone heard? I mean, that's why I didn't. I'm trying to start with the easy questions. When I'm asking about displacing parts of scales and people aren't. It is Vivaldi, yeah. Yeah, we think of it as this stuffy thing, but look at how quickly we just got here. This does not seem like, this no longer seems like good day, my dear. This is... It instantly becomes pretty intense. Classic Vivaldi sequence thing here. And what the themes are. Yeah, so this is 4 seasons. I mean, that's impressive. For, you know, we studied this piece in college, and you know, I've listened to it a million times. In terms of the specific stuff that Vivaldi was going for, I can't remember all the details, but we can do this. I like that little harpsichord thing at the end. Again, this is not... Now we're even farther from greetings, good day. Spring. Hey, Killa, what's up? How's it going? So it should be a typical spring day, but then with birds and stuff. Actually, the bird part is really important. These trills. That doesn't sound like, well, it doesn't sound like a scale or something. It's because it's supposed to be birds. I'll point them out next time. And I don't mean the actual birds that we're hearing. Yeah, it's tough to not let experiences ruin something good. So what I mean by that is it could be something overplayed, but played well, but still overplayed. It can be things, used as the influence for something that's like a watered down version of it. And so then the original ends up feeling almost as cheap as the watered down version, if that makes sense. Again, you hear like dun 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 dun, maybe in like commercials or some dumb thing like that. And so then when you hear the original, and it's not in a commercial or whatever, it's been like tainted by this thing that's not actually tied to it. But through your experience, it's now kind of been tied to. So like separating it from that, I think, is really important. Same if something's just overplayed too. She's pretty. You got a crush on Yulia Fisher? You want to learn the cello? I do too. Okay, so that's the thunderstorm, but now we're back to the lovely spring day. Ah. And this should be like a country dance. Yeah, so it should be, yeah, this part should be very nice. So maybe this should be, greetings, milady. Milady. You care to dance? May I have this dance? Yes, of course, William. The music appreciation. It is. It's Vivaldi's birthday, so. And so I figure we gotta start with the Four Seasons. Conversations of all the townfolk, the daily pleasantries of the celebration of planting. Yeah, look at this. This is so... Ah, it's so nice. Greetings, Yulia. I see you're wearing your tile sampler dress today. Ah, yes I am. jovial's a good word for that. Oh, ba-bum, ba-bum. And bypass it. Oh, but Winter's so good. Do these like little harpsichord flurry things at the end. All right, summer. Slow start, portraying the weather as too hot for any movement. The air is almost at a standstill. The birds chirping away lazily until a breeze gathers up, whipping the warning of an imminent storm. The storm is so sick. The most striking moment is served in the third movement as a hailstorm mercilessly rains down, offering perfect contrast. I'm pretty sure he used the Dies Irae theme here on purpose. Neapolitan 6/4. There's a storm a-comin'. I love it. I like how much you can see the gestures in the music in her physical gestures. Oh, so simple. This is anything but nice and pleasant now. I mean, it sounds like some, like almost like improvising, just some. Like listen to these. Like that's not music how you would have think. These are just like nature gestures. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Huh? Hola, Fair. So romantic. Yeah, this is all so, I feel like, not what people would think of when they just think of like Baroque, which is part of why I wanted to show it too. It's like, that beginning is like ultra classical music. But it's like, look past the first part. Well, don't look past it, look at it, but look behind it as well. Yeah, I wonder if, I think everything's just dubbed. Like, where are the microphones? It's really intense. Wait, are those mics hanging from the... I didn't even notice. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess they do have to get... We are hearing the birds and stuff. I just didn't know. I never know how much of it is actually recorded in a particular location. With a touch of Bachiness, yeah. I mean, I should have done this. I should have done this before. Talked about some of the specific musical things. But we'll listen to more. Well. Oh, okay, there's one, yeah. There's one, clearly. Yeah, I can't say for sure. I don't know enough about this stuff to... Oh yeah, those are all mics just hanging there. It's really hard to have a steady tone. Also, this would have been so hard for violinists at the time. Like, this is not normal. And not just for the soloist, the other people have... Wait, she looks like an actress. What is her name? Jenna Elfman? Hey, what's up, Noel? Also, Brukos, I never said hey. exact date. It's gonna be a little after 1700, probably. He was born in 1685, so... $1725, it looks like. This is Julia Fischer, and I think St. Martin's in the Fields. St. Martin. Yeah, Academy of St. Martin in the Fields, which is like, for those who don't know, like just super high level in the classical world, all-star ensemble. Yo, Wolfric with a tier 2 sub for 25 months. What is up? Yeah, Bach, Vivaldi, Scarlatti, Handel, and then who was it a year later? I think Sylvius Leopold Weiss was the very next year. It's just an insane year for European musicians. It's crazy. And he kind of looks like Bizarro Stephen Colbert. So we got Jenna Elfman, Stephen Colbert, and Tanya Harding? Forget about the music. Who are the celebrity lookalikes in this ensemble? Dude, this is so ridiculous. The country folk rejoice once again, celebrating the harvest by drinking wine. Then the tempo drops to signify sleep. Then we'll get a hunt, like, movement. Dude, this stuff is totally heavy metal. Like, I don't know, what do you think, Stephen Colbert? Mixed with Eugene Levy? Or yeah. Water? That was kind of abrupt. Yeah, they keep moving spots for the different seasons. Yeah, I was thrown off by the water at first. I was like, wait a second. It just made me a little nervous. Jeez. That sounds like something from one of the Brandenburg concertos. Ooh! Ooh! Oh man, yeah, I mean, I can't hear that stuff, not because it's not there, but like, I don't think I have enough experience with that. Whoa! Wait, why have I never noticed that before? I love these. Yeah. Pretty sure this is the hunt. You can usually get, in a hunt, you'll usually have something that sounds like horn calls. Yeah, like that. So yeah, 100% like that. Like in Paganini's 10th Caprice? 9th Caprice? 10th Caprice? The Hunt, you get something kind of similar. Bring the water up in the mix. Is that something being killed? shit. Like, this... Remember where we started with... Remember where we started? This is so not pleasant. Dude, what is are they like... It sounds like they're like hammering the strings on the harpsichord. Oh, here's an awesome series of suspensions. Oh. This is them warm inside a house by the crackling fire. Hey, Gravito, what's up? Yeah, this performance has so much, it has so much energy to it. It's but without being sloppy, which is... Oh, you don't have a reflecting pool in your house? All right, take care, Blackberry. It is always nice to have you around. I've mentioned it before, but I'm glad Dan raided the stream a while back. This time with feeling. I need more. It sounds like clocks or something. The hits. They brought out a lot of things I don't hear in other recordings. Like wind. Literal wind. You won't let it be. It's a strong one. It's a strong fighter. Wait, did they add an actual fire sound? No, that's just wind and water. Oh my god. Oh, you got some EDM. I had an EDM neighbor for a few years. So, that was the Four Seasons. Berimbau. What is that? I know you do the capoeira, but... So what are some of the things that happened that I should have mentioned before? There were so many of these sequences. Also, yeah, I turned that Jacob emote into an actual emote that anyone who subbed has access to. Shnaf Harmony. You get these sequences. It's popular in Baroque music, not just Baroque music, but Vivaldi, man, he used it a ton. So it's like this. You can think about it like this. You're in a... We'll go back to C major for a second to keep it simple. Relatively speaking. It'll make more sense. Go back to our colors. Okay. These are our notes. So what you do is you start on 1 and you go up 4. And in music, we always include the note that you start on. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so if you notice, we found our way back to where we started. Without any sort of context around it, it sounds a little weird. But if I went... So along with this, you can, a sequence will have really like kind of what's making it the sequence. There's the harmonic thing. But there's also something like this, a pattern that you can do. Yeah, she is. That was the joke Captain made a little earlier when he said, "Why doesn't she pick something about picking an instrument, a solo instrument you can do sitting down?" Because she's a world-class, not just violinist, but pianist, which is ridiculous. But if we do something like this, so I'm just gonna pick a. No, what did I do before? Okay, so we can start on the 3rd of the chord. Here's our C major chord. Remember, we skip over notes. We just play every other note. So we start on the 3rd. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here's your starting point. And from here, you just set the thing into motion. You go, this is going to be the pattern. You're going to go up 3 notes, back down to where you started, and just repeat that. I'm going to drop it in. And we got back to where we started. Does that make sense? Not in the sense of you following every chord and note or something, but it was just that. Sounded like Lady Gaga. Is there a song of hers in particular you're thinking of? Maybe. Oh. So yeah, I just, you know, but this is one of the cool things about sequences is you don't have to follow it like that. You can, a sequence, like, it's like going around like a metro, you know, or subway track, and there's different stops, and you can get off in different places. In particular, places that are relatively close to you. So we'll look at it like this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here's where we're starting in C. And on our railway system, we have these different stops. G major, E minor, A minor, D minor, F major. And we're going to temporarily stop at each one of them, but we can get off at one. So what this sequence was this. C, F, G, E minor, A minor, G, and back to C. So we went like C, F, G, E, A, D, G, C. And we can alter some of the notes to get off at different places. So we could go like, if you notice, I only use these white keys, but let's say we want to get off at A minor, we can play the note right below it and start to, that'll be like, oh, you're about to get off at this stop. Gare du Nord. Gare du Nord. Am I creating an original? Kind of. Not on purpose. I'm just explaining. It's Vivaldi's birthday. And so we just listened to the Four Seasons. And what I'm going through here is an example of a device, a compositional like device he uses a lot. So we could do it like this. We could go... what if we go... And by doing that, going... Now it's like, oh, we should probably get off at A minor. And he really likes driving home, just like 1 1 1 5 5 5 1 1 1 5, and it's like now you're really there. So this was another sequence that. So now this one didn't move around. It didn't jump around in the same way this one did. But it still works. And now I didn't use this G sharp, and that let us get back to C major. I threw in a B flat, so that took us to F. You can... we should go to D minor. We could. So C sharp we'll use, and that's. So that's how sequences can work. You can just use them because they're cool. You can use them to modulate also because they're cool. You can be cool and modulate at the same time. So one of the really intense parts, he uses it, is was in the beginning of Winter. It starts out with this dramatic thing here. Just a bunch of Fs. And he actually modulates the C minor. But then that makes it sound like we're back in F minor. He's just outlining C minor. Okay, so that was the sequence. So it goes. One second. Yeah, so it went 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So and remember I said, okay, so that's what the chords did. Oops. And then I said, so that's part of the sequence, but then when sequences, you also get the thing on the top, so that's. So that's just what that sequence is, and if you put them together, I should go. Two. I can't actually play that fast, but that's what this whole thing is. So this is... So now instead of going evenly... How many years of practice? A long time. I've been studying music formally for... Let's see, I started 16 years ago, but I've been playing music my whole life. Good night, Killa. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Erwild, bonsoir. What's up? Yeah, it takes practice. Like, I don't have perfect pitch or anything, but you can figure this. You can do a pretty. You can get a lot done without it. You could say. So this stuff is like learnable. Whatever you ever see me do is learnable. So we have this pattern, and if you notice, it moves at the same rate. Bum 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 change bum 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 change bum 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 change dun 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 change dun 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 change dun dun change dun 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 change. Right, so it's bad day, but you're getting used to it. Hopefully, yeah, bad days are no fun, right? To put lightly. So hopefully the stream can help distract you in a good way. So we heard that was this sequence of But what we're gonna get here is that he goes to the same sequence, but it just moves at a totally different rate. It's still the same. Like it only hangs on this chord for just a second. But it's still that same sequence. See if you can hear that. Ready? Well, here, we'll do both. Ready? So here's the first sequence. And here's the second one. And so then what he did there is he went around, but that third time through what was going to be the sequence, he took a stop somewhere. He stopped at E flat. Is E flat on the part of the railway system of F minor? Let's see. Is it on the same or an adjacent slice of the circle of fifths? Here's F minor, E flat. Oh, it's on an adjacent slice. Boom, he got off at one of the stops. So how did he do that? So he went. He went from F minor, F7 to B flat minor, G7 to C minor, to E flat, A flat, and we're in E flat. Boom. Simple. Did you follow? Get it? Got it? Good. All right. So let's hear that again. Oh. So he actually went from F minor, F7 to B flat major. This is probably just B diminished. You could add a G in there to make it... to C minor. This thing happens, so he goes, so we're in E flat. That turns into a dominant chord to go to A flat. And the bass is gonna go. But it's actually going through a sequence. It's going. And you could keep that going, but he doesn't. But that would sound like this. You can like move a... Literally... And then I said he does this. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. What are the... But you have this thing. If you were to do this, that's pretty straightforward, right? You could, again, even if you don't know the exact notes, you could just see that it's like just 2 notes each time with a space in between them. It might as well be the Rugrats in a minor key. Well, all you have to do is move one before the other one. So instead of moving them both down, I'll move the top one down first. And what happens there is they get really close together. And it gives you this sort of piercing sound. Lily, what's up? We're talking about Vivaldi's music. And at this point, this is very specifically called a chain of suspensions. So we arrived in the same place. But this blue one just moved first. We can keep it going. And when the suspensions are 2 notes right next to each other, oh, it's even more dissonant. It's even more piercing. As opposed to... So if you want, it's a good way to just have like a really tense moment in a piece. Sounds like The Hobbit. Yeah, I have a feeling the string sounds help with that. You know what, really? But listen. Oh, cool. Hold on. Cool. I listen to the bass. So basically it's going and then so Lick My Left Toe asked about, you know, being able to figure this stuff out. And part of it is hearing these patterns, and hearing things is, it's not just random notes, as hopefully, if nothing else, that would be like the main takeaway, is that these things are not random, that there's all sorts of patterns going on here. Because if you would just ask me to just pick out random notes, it's like, yeah, good luck. There's no way. But there's things like, so what I'm hearing is I'm hearing like chords moving when these things happen. Even though we're not hearing chords move in blocks, how you'd normally think. One second. So there's these, it's just, well, it's just. So, Any questions? Any questions? So, Vivaldi, cool guy. I should head out. But I will do the ending song. I will pass around the donation basket. If anyone felt like if you like this type of stuff and you would like to help support the stream, subscribing in particular would be huge. Because again, this is stuff I'm not sure where else you can get it. If there is, you let me know. You let me know. But there are other ways to support the stream, following here and other social media places. Also just hanging out, lurking, listening, chatting, saying hi and bye to people. Using heart emojis. Okay. But it is time for the ending song. Nightbot. I'm going to try to learn the piano slowly. I got a bunch of keyboard works by Bach, and I'm just going to read through them. That's what Nightbot. What's up, Funky? Good Noodle Mom and Lemur coming in for the hearts, as always. Smudge, thanks for the follow. Thank you everyone for the hearts. Fair, Funky, Airwheeled, Chocoment. I will be back Sunday. Wait. It's Villa-Lobos' birthday on Sunday, and he's important to this instrument. So we'll do something for that too. And maybe we'll get some more of this for daily meditation. Oh, it's closed up now. When the reed dries out, it gets closed up. It's I can show you it's interesting. It's kind of interesting how the birthdays are spread out. It's like February, March, August. Those 3 months are crazy. It's kind of hard to see, but this is February is the pinkish one. February, March. And some of them are birthdays, like Chrono Trigger. So it's like, it was Chopin, and then a few days later, Vivaldi. The next day, Villa-Lobos, and then Chrono Trigger came out on the 11th. Sabicas, who's a flamenco player, on the 16th. Nobuo Uematsu, who did the music for, well, part of it for Chrono Trigger, like Final Fantasy games. Bach on the 21st. Haydn on the 31st. And then some of these only have a couple, and then I just put Jacobs in. Guillaume Dufay, Elliot, Koji Kondo, Oscar, all these people, yeah. So these couple months will be packed, but again, April has two birthdays. May has 2 birthdays. June has 3. July has 2. So these will be kind of packed more than normal, but I mean, I personally like doing this stuff. I know it's not the most popular thing. That's what the statistics tell me. And I'm not surprised really, but but I want to keep doing them. I missed the Zelda one, but we can, that was February 21st. I forget why. Oh, it's the same day as Segovia's birthday. And so and we also missed Handel. So I don't know. We can find a way to throw that. Oh, I should do one for Cameron. Oh my gosh, I should actually. Because if you guys didn't pick up as much as I joke around, well, as much as I joke around when I watch anything, what have we watched where I'm not joking around? But I actually think he's amazing. But yeah, that's another reason why I ask in particular for some extra support, because this stuff it kind of hurts a bit to do. But I'm trying to do something that's special and unique and true to me, and I think that has value, right? Like, I don't, so oh man, there's quite a few people we could raid. Jeez. Oh, we can raid. Jesus, usually it pauses. The sound doesn't start right away, but that was instant. I didn't have a chance to mute it. We can raid Heyman. Yeah, copy those raid calls. Thank you, Fair. And for the commands earlier, and just for being here. Oh, stage manager, you missed it. Also, thank you for the tier 3. Everyone check that out. Tier 3 for 50 months. Jeez. Dude, I thought about you specifically last stream, because unless you were lurking, the Cameron Carpenter documentary thing finally came out. And in the middle of just, because it was Chopin's birthday, so it went like, oh, okay, we're gonna do this thing. We listened to the Revolutionary Etude, and I transitioned into Cameron Carpenter doing the Revolutionary Etude on organ, and I was like, oh, you know what sucks? The fact that that other trailer got deleted, and before I could finish the sentence, I looked down at the search results, and there it was, 54 minutes of glorious Cameron and all his glory. There didn't have to be a decision. It was a conclusion. But it was missing that line. It was also missing God, what an amazing moment. Those were the 2 lines it was missing, but it had everything else. There didn't have to be a decision. It was a conclusion. No, it wasn't a bridge. It was 54 minutes, but I guess they just didn't have everything that was in the trailers. They seem to have everything else except for those couple. Like, they even had the scene. It ends with him playing at that organ where he's like, God, what an amazing moment. Ultimate Control. I think so. Ultimate Control. And there was even one of them, yeah, it was disappointing because he just played some like Leonard Bernstein, and then it just like kind of like when he dropped his jacket, it ended. But it was in that church. It was, you know why it was an amazing moment? Because that was when they finished building the organ. That was going to be him recording for 9 days straight, and so that's him walking into the church in Massachusetts. But also, we were informed in Discord that it took 10 years to build, 9 years to build, and cost $2 million. I don't know how, but all right. I gotta go. But I'll be back Sunday. Thank you for those who, in particular, who stuck around for the Vivaldi stuff. Man, there was even more to show, but I felt like there was so much that we could. There was like a lot to do just with the 4 seasons, and that is like his major thing. So at least we got through that. One is craft throw. Yeah, I mean, what he has is the possibilities for that, and then the fact that it can be brought and used to perform in places where other organs wouldn't be able to go because they can't go anywhere. So he takes it from being an instrument that's you have to go to the place where the organ's built, and now it's more sounds than any one particular organ, and it's portable. Despite it taking 4 hours to set up, they said, but still, it's easier than building an entire organ in a church. So, but yeah. Well, I'm glad you like the Vivaldi stuff. Thank you for the subs at the beginning of the stream too, for helping support the stream. Thank you all for being here. We're gonna say hey to Heyman. She's doing ambient music. And yeah, I'll see you on Sunday. Take care, everybody.
Thank you for vibing. Randy, thank you for your